morning.
Hello.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. We're going to start around 8:30, 8:40. Make sure everybody gets here. How's everybody this morning?
Nervous.
Yeah, yeah,
We're all in angst.
yeah.
Wow.
Me too.
Yeah. We got to take a deep breath. I'm so glad we're doing art today.
Me too.
It's so calming. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah. This is our woo moment.
I was saying I
know.
left my TV on all night on MSNBC, fell asleep, woke up this morning. I thought, well, I'm definitely up to date. It was too funny. So, yeah.
Yeah.
This is a great Nadyia taking us into a better track.
Good. 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 Keep us immersed in the arts, at least for a few hours.
Ah.
I guess I need a pencil. There we are. If you don't have watercolors, is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. Any wet or dry media that you have,
Yeah.
you're able to use.
Okay.
Of all the things on earth, is the only thing I don't have.
I haven't turned on my TV. I don't want to today.
I know if you have the ability, it'd be good maybe around 8 o'clock tonight.
Yeah. Later in the night.
Post all that stuff, all that talk.
Mm-hmm.
Here's the results.
Yeah.
Right. Right.
Oh man.
I'm gonna push it back a little so that I can put my table.
I like Peter's picture there, his backdrop, trying to
Mhm.
read it. Problem solving, critical thinking. Cute.
Rain.
Right.
I hope a lot of people use that today.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going to pop out for a minute and put my picture up.
Okay. Morning. Good morning to those of you coming in.
Morning. Markers.
Jasper, are you there? Nadia, just to
Yes.
let you know, at 10 o'clock, I have a phone call that I have to answer.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'll put my picture up and mute myself. I cannot skip that call.
Okay. So we're going to start around 8:40. So we can wait for everybody to get here. I know there was a different Zoom link going around. So I have to make sure that everybody gets the right Zoom link.
Veronica, you might want to unmute. You want to mute yourself, maybe.
Good morning, Miss Nadia.
Good morning,
How are you?
Linda.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Did you enjoy yourself?
Oh, I stayed home.
Yeah, I did too.
I stayed home and I ate.
Yeah, I did that too. I watched scary movies. That's what I
Yeah,
did.
I'm a big scaredy cat. I can't watch scary movies.
Oh, I can. I watch all those things that I know I shouldn't, and then I wind up scaring myself, and then I have to sleep with the lights on. Yeah. But I enjoy being scared, so go figure. Oh well. All right, so I'll be back in a few.
Okay.
Gotta go do something because Marlon's gonna be speaking, isn't he, in a few minutes?
Yes, yes.
DAEA? Okay.
Mhm.
All right. So I'll be
Yeah,
right
I'm
back.
here.
Hey, Marlon, what's up?
Where are you?
I'm like didn't want to show myself because I have to take a shower. That's where I'm going.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to take a shower so I can clean up and stuff. Thank God this is not smell-o-vision. Because I went running this morning, so I was like just getting back in time to do this. So, all right. So I'll see you guys in a few.
Alrighty.
Bye.
We're gonna start in about 6 more minutes. Let me go over these the roster.
Are we writing our names on the chat?
No, you don't have to write your name in the chat.
Or
Just make
somewhere?
sure that it's your name as your Zoom name. So
Thank
that
you.
when it shows up in the recording, then your name will show up in the recording.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nadia, can you rename us with your credentials, or should we Zoom log out and come back on?
I think you should be able to rename yourself. Let me check. Like if you
I only know how to do it like when I initially log on.
okay, let me see if I can do it. Because there should be a way to rename yourself. If you can see the participants list, are you able to see that? If you hover over your name, there's a tab that says more. And then when you click that, there's the option to rename.
I think that only you have that option.
Only me? Okay.
Oh, wait. No, I'm lying. There is some more down there, but no, I think
Nope.
only you.
Okay.
Nope. We can only unmute or mute ourselves.
Let me see if I can change that. Security.
And I don't have my last name.
Nadia, I'll just log out and log back in. It'll be easier for me to do it. Do you want
Okay.
want our ID in it or no?
No, your ID doesn't have to be in.
Okay. All right. Thanks, sweetie.
Jenny, how do you change the name?
You have to log out, and then when you logging in, it'll ask, your name will appear in a box there, is however it is, and then you just highlight it and change it.
Okay, thanks. I'll do the same thing.
Okay. Just so your full name shows up for your attendance.
Mm.
It didn't give me that option, so
It didn't? Okay, I'll change it for you.
Garcia is my last name.
This is Vivian Brown. It won't let me change to my first name.
Okay, I'll take care of it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Veronica is my full name. There you go. Thank you. Should we start on the actual outline of the portrait or no?
Say that again?
Should we start on the outline of the portrait or not?
Not yet, not yet.
Okay.
We're gonna have a portion of time to do the outline.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Nadia, let me know when you think everybody has more or less, most people are here so we can get started.
Okay.
By the way, your portraits are very beautiful. I was looking you up yesterday.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Okay, Marlon, we can go ahead and get started.
Okay. Okay, good morning, everyone, and welcome to our workshop, Portraits with Nadyia Duff. I'm Marlon Zuniga, president of DAEA. Thank you all for supporting our organization with your membership and your attendance. I understand that everybody is overwhelmed by the new methods of teaching and you're all exhausted. I imagine that you are stressed out by the pandemic, by work, and not to mention the political situation. So I feel for you. I wish you all the best. Stay steady, keep strong, and get better and better every day. Remember, this too shall pass and joy will surface again. Additionally, the pandemic has thrown a monkey wrench into our plans for DAEA, and so we've decelerated a little, but we will be back. We will get back to you on more workshops and exhibits. Also, this will be my last year as president of DAEA. Alina Rodriguez, who is president-elect, will take over in June. Therefore, we are going to need a new president-elect. If you would like to nominate someone or yourself for the position, start thinking about it. We'll send out the information probably in January. There will be other offices, offices opening up on the board as well. We'll let you know. You're in for a treat and a marvelous time today with Nadyia Duff. Nadia and I became friends when we worked together in the museum education program. She's sweet, she's smart, she's talented. And when I first saw her work, I fell in love with it so much that I commissioned her portrait to do a portrait of me. And I don't know if you can see it back there, it's on the wall. I'll let Nadia tell you more about herself and her art. So now, let me introduce to you a great artist, a wonderful humanitarian, and a dear friend of mine, Nadyia Duff. Take it away.
Yay! Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Portraits with me. I'm going to do a presentation about myself, and then I'm going to break this up into about 4 parts. So we're going to do the base sketch. We're going to do some hatching and cross hatching. We're going to add color to our portrait, And in the end, we're going to work on adding backgrounds to it. So it's going to be a 4-phase portrait, and you take what you want from what I teach you and you make it your own. So that's how we're going to work with it today. So I'm going to start.
Marlon needs to be made
Oh,
small
that's right. Oh, thank you.
because you're the center of stage.
Thank you. Thank you.
There we go.
All right. So before I start, there were some things that you should have today. So you want to have your photograph that you're going to draw from, and your materials that you're going to use to add color with and draw with and paint with. Whatever you choose to add color with today is what you're going to need. And we're going to do that a little bit later on during the workshop. So let me start with the presentation about my work and about what I do, and then we'll move on from there. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, so as I was saying before, my name is Nadyia Duff, and I am an artist and an art educator in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. I've been teaching art at Miami-Dade for about 9 years now, going into my 10th year of teaching art to elementary school in Miami-Dade County Public Schools. Make sure it's make sure the slideshow, because it keeps pausing it. My share. Technology. Okay. All right, so I am from Kingston, Jamaica. I was born there, and I moved to Miami when I was around 5 years old. And when I got here, probably around the first year here, I was diagnosed with leukemia, childhood cancer. So my first experiences here in America were school, and then in the hospital for months dealing with cancer. But I beat that, and I am still here, still thriving, still making art. And I come from an artistic family. My uncle is an artist. My mom did art when I was in the hospital. She would decorate the entire hospital room with art, and that really kept me immersed in the arts and appreciative of the arts, because it made a dull room really exciting and really fun to be in. I was not always going to be an artist or an art educator. I was studying biomedical sciences in middle and high school. And about my junior year of high school, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. I have more enjoyment doing the arts, and this is what I want to do with my life. I want to be an artist, and I want to be an art educator. And I went into art education directly after high school. That was my degree that I followed. Like I was saying, I'm currently a visual artist, an art educator, and I have a partnership with a drawing app called Sketchy. It's an Apple-based app, and it's where I get a lot of my reference images from. So how the app works is people from around the world, they post their picture up, and artists from around the world are able to draw that picture. So if you teach at a high school and middle school and your students have an Apple or an iPhone, that is a great place to get reference images from. And those students can draw those portraits as long as they want. And all they have to do is send a text to the person that posted the portrait and say, okay, can I post this on Instagram? Do I have permission to post this on my Facebook, etc., etc.? And that's where most of the where I get most of my pictures from. All right, my inspirations. Now, there are a few artists that have really inspired me and my style, and these are them. So we have Lucian Fruit. I really like artists that when they're doing portraiture, they're not focused on super realism. They have a lot of color in their photos. They play with skin tone color. They're not really trying to get a smooth look to the portraits. Same with Fate Ringgold. I really enjoyed the way that she was using shades like blue in the face and breaking up the faces into all these different these areas. That was new to me as a young artist. I was like, I always thought paintings had to be smooth and look super realistic. And when I was seeing art like this, I was like, maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe I can switch it up a little bit. In my artwork, I also like to add backgrounds to it. Now, my backgrounds are very random, but I do get inspirations from artists like Grant Wood and David Hockney. I really like the way they play around with the simplicity of backgrounds while making it look complex at the same time. It's not very detailed in terms of intricate lines and things like that. I really like that it was simple, but you can still tell that we're looking at a background of a field of land or something like that. So you'll notice that a lot in my works of art. All right, so this is my work. I like to play around with narratives, and I like to kind of mess with the line between realism and the painterly look. Before I was doing art like this, I was really focused on realism and getting things to look super realistic. And I kind of moved away from that because I wanted my art to be known as my art and for people to recognize it and say, okay, she did that. I know she did that because it looks a certain way and it feels a certain way. So a lot of this is mixed media, and we're going to deal with that a little bit later. And I like to tell stories with my paintings. So a lot of these people, well, most of them, I do not know who they are. I don't know who they are, and I don't know anything about them. So I make it up. These backgrounds are made up. Sometimes the clothing is made up. The whole scenery is made up, and they're just there existing in that space I made up for them. So I am telling their story the way I feel like telling their story. And I'm going to show you a few examples of what I mean by that. Not vote, of course, vote. So here are some examples of what I'm talking about. So this was the reference image I got from the website Sketchy. So I completely transformed this. I added a body, I added a cat, I added an entire scenery to it. So I transformed this face into something completely different. And the funny thing about this was when I shared it to the person, they're like, oh my gosh, I have a cat. I can't believe you knew I had a cat. I was like, I didn't know. I just made it up, but it just worked out that way that they had a cat and they really enjoyed it and loved it. And as far as the colors, I try to play around with not making it super realistic. As I say, like, we know it's realistic. We know it's a face, but I'm not trying to get the smooth colors. Like areas where there are pink, I make it obvious that there's pink there. Areas where there's yellow, I make it obvious there's yellow. Areas where it's orange, same. And that's how I like to create works. And this one specifically is on toned paper, toned gray paper. no, beige paper, I think. And it's very layered with different things like markers, watercolor, acrylic paint, and pens. So this is also a very mixed media piece. This one of my favorites, I share this one everywhere. This is the reference image of the person, and this is what I created from it. So I put her in like a camp setting with some canoes and background scenery similar to David Hockney, where it's very simplified, and color blocks of color, nothing too detailed, because I really want the focus to not just be the background or to not just be the person. So I want the eye to be able to move around in this. And usually the colors that I choose for the background have some relation to the colors I have in the face of the subject that I choose. Here's another one. Here's the reference image, and here's what I did with it. And some of these backgrounds, these are digitally added. So what I will do is I sometimes scan the traditional media into the computer, and then once it's scanned in, I can add things to it digitally. And at this workshop, I'll try to get through to show you how I do it on an app called Procreate on my iPad, and trying to a little bit explain that to you, how I work with that. All right, so my background. So my backgrounds are very, I guess you could call them random. Sometimes I like to make things that are very geometrical. Sometimes I like to do landscapes. Sometimes I like to collage my backgrounds, and sometimes they're digital. Now I like sticking with geometrical because it's simpler for me to do. And sometimes I don't even use a ruler. I just do freehand, rectangular, squares, triangles, etc. Landscapes, I'm really interested in landscapes. My mom always said, "You never draw landscapes for the house. You're always drawing portraits. You never draw landscapes." I was like, "Well, I'm adding landscapes to my portraits. Does that count?" Does that count? She's like, "No, you need to do just landscapes." But I've started adding landscapes to portraits because of her. She was really, do landscapes, do sceneries. That's what's selling, do sceneries. It's like, yeah, you're right. You're right. And I also like to do collaged, where it's cut paper collage. So some of the backgrounds are formulated by not Bristol, but cardstock paper or even construction paper you can use to do backgrounds as well. And then digital as well. So these are what I'm talking about with geometrical. Now, I usually don't follow any specific type of perspective, but sometimes I do. Like this one, I have a 1-point perspective, and I put this person in kind of like a laboratory. And I added color to this digitally afterwards. So they all start out as traditional at first with pens and, coloring tools and markers. And then I can add color digitally. And this one is also very geometrical. I like squares, rectangles, angles. It's very relaxing making all these lines and, just focusing on getting these lines on the paper. And these are the landscape backgrounds. They're very simplified as well. I try to make them simple, just color blocks. I guess I could call it, treating it like a coloring page. So I have these blocks of area that I line out, and then I just add color to them, solid tones of color. I don't worry about mixing colors in the background. More so, it's just solid blocks of color that I put in the background areas. And if I'm doing it digitally, I can always add more on the computer if need be. So these are how they start out initially. These two are collaged. So the backgrounds are collaged, and I draw the images on cardstock. So it's very thick paper that's able to be cut and move around, and it's able to be pasted and glued onto another surface. So these two in particular are cardstock, colored cardstock and construction paper, and then I put the image on top of it. Same with this one. This one is cardstock and excuse me, you can also draw on top of the cardstock too. You can always add other things on top of the cardstock. Now it all depends on how I feel that day. Sometimes I put the energy into the cardstock. Sometimes I put the energy into digital. Sometimes I put the energy into just drawing out the background and adding it with specific art tools and digital. Now these and many of my artworks have digital backgrounds. For example, this one started out traditional. I scanned it into a computer, and then I added these colors digitally using Photoshop, or there's another app that I use on the iPad called Procreate, and that's free, and it has really cool tools on it. And I'll probably show you that a little bit later, like I said. And this one is also digital. The background I added was digital. This one is also digital. And the cool thing about digital art is it's easy to resemble traditional art. I was always against digital art. I was like, you gotta be the traditional. You gotta stick to traditional. But then I realized you can't do digital art without knowing the traditional foundations first. You have to know that foundation of how to blend colors, how to layer colors, and do those things before you can move on to digital. All right, so that is the main ideals about my work. So it's mostly randomized. I create the stories for the subjects, and I usually share these on Instagram, Facebook, websites, and do commissions and so on and so forth. So in a few minutes, we're going to move on to actually creating our own works of art. So give me a few minutes. I'm going to transition to overhead so you can see my hands and the tools I'm going to use. So you can go ahead and get your base sketch ready. So you get your picture that you're going to draw, your drawing tool, and your paper.
Got it.
All right, give me 1 minute. Can you all see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so today I'm using Bristol paper. Now, Bristol paper is a heavyweight paper. It's about 100 pounds and it's super thick. That means that it's malleable. It can handle wet media as well as dry media. And this here is my reference image. Now, I got this reference image from that same app I was telling you about called Sketchy app. And what I'm going to do with this reference image is I'm going to sketch out certain parts of it so that I can fill it in with color like a coloring page. So I'm not going to focus too much on hair and specific details of the face. What I'm going to try to sketch out is the different outlines of the face. Now, before I do that, I want to talk about the rule of thirds. Now, this is usually a photography rule, but I use the rule of thirds often in my work. And what that means is there are certain areas on your portrait that or your painting that when you place the subject there, that it brings the viewer's focus to certain areas of the portrait. So if I paint or if I put someone in the dead center of my paper, then the viewer's eye is going to go directly to the center of my paper, and then maybe they'll look at the background a little bit. So what the rule of thirds is saying is you break your paper up into not three, but 9 parts. So you do 2 lines, excuse me, you'd break it up into thirds. So you'll end up with about 9 boxes. I'm not going to do the thirds right now. I'm just going to estimate. So you break your paper up into thirds, and depending on where your lines are, you can put your subject either to the left, to the right, lower left. And when you're doing that, you're enabling yourself to put something like a background, and then your viewer can go around and, kind of like analyze the entire picture as a whole when you do that. So I want you to go ahead and pick a spot where you want to put your subject. You could put it in the center if you want. You could put it center left, center right, at the top. You decide. If it's just the face that you're using, you decide. So I'm going to draw my subject a little bit to the, let me do the left. Now, when I start sketching, my eye, or the eye of usually the left eye is the subject, is what I use as my anchor point. And what I mean by that is I sketch this eye out first, and then I can use it to kind of estimate where I want to place these other parts. Now, everybody has a different anchor. Some draw the entire head first. Some may draw the nose first. Some may draw the lip first. Everybody has their own technique into what they draw first. Keep in mind, regular facial proportions. We know that an eye is about the same length between the nose and the 2 eyes. We know that the ears usually line up between the eye and the nose. So just keep in mind basic facial proportions. And we're going to go ahead and do our base sketch now. And I'm not too focused on realism. Now, if you're an artist that's really into realism, it's a really good skill to have to get a real likeness of a subject. But sometimes I feel like it's okay to trace things as well. It's not, I don't feel like you're really cutting any corners. There's a lot of very well-known artists that save themselves time is by tracing things out. if they need be. So when you're doing this, don't focus too much on details because we're going to be filling in a lot of these pencil lines with color. Like for the eyebrow, I'm just going to block out where the eyebrow will be and not focus on where all the hair is.
Ms. Duff, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Now, I'm wondering if, have you ever watched a show called Portrait Artist of the Year?
I haven't, but I've heard of it. It's that
It's on
UK
BBC.
show,
You can
right?
watch, yeah, you can watch it on YouTube. It's awesome. It's like they get 11 artists from around the country and they have to
Mhm.
sit for 4 hours and paint somebody in front of them.
Oh,
They pick the top 3 to move to the finals. So it's like Chopped for artists.
oh, I have to
So
check it out.
I think y'all should check it out. It's called Portrait Artist of the Year. And you like it. There's a lot of different ways, different techniques going on.
Mm-hmm. I'll definitely, because I've heard of it. I just have not sat down to watch it yet.
I know they used to have from like 2014, but the last time I checked, the last one they had was 2017. So I don't know if you can go back and watch the other ones from previous years, but
I'll look for it. I'll look for it. I'll look for it. Because I have friends in the UK that are really into it. I was like, well, how do I find it here? But you said it's on YouTube.
Yeah, I watched it on YouTube.
I'll definitely check it out.
Right. And by the way, I'm Jamaican too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. I know
Yachty.
Peter is. I don't know if he's here or not, but.
Yeah, Peter's here. Peter's here. There used to be another art show that it came on a long time ago.
Yes, it came on, what's it called?
It was like on
It's the
Bravo
channel
or
that
something.
Project Runway was on. I forgot.
Yes.
Yeah,
It was on, I think,
remember that.
Bravo.
They had it for 1 season.
Yeah, I was like, oh, 1 season and that was it.
They stopped. I think the winner was a black kid. He had like.
Yeah, Abdi.
Yeah, Abdi, and he did his body bag thing.
Yeah.
On finals, it was cool.
They need more art shows.
They do.
So for this base sketch part, we're a little early, so you have a while to work on it to get it to how you want it to look. Keeping in mind that we're going to add colors on top of it, so don't focus too much on getting too many details with pencil.
Just looking at yours, I'm just trying to get, so you've stopped at this kind of outline point.
Yeah.
With very low detail. So at that point, if I were teaching this to students, this would be the point that I would have them stop. I noticed you had your X-Acto knife. So are you working on the collage pieces for the background?
No, I'm not doing collage today. No, no collage today. But yeah, if you're doing this with students, I would stop them here to the base outline because we're going to add colors on top. And some of these tools like the alcohol marker, the pencil will stay on the paper. So it will, the marker will show the pencil through the paper. So any mark they make with a pencil is going to show on top unless they're adding acrylic on top to like hide that pencil color.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hi, Nadia. This is Eddie.
Hi, Eddie. How are you?
How are you? Good, good, good. Thank you for doing this. Listen, oh, I was going to ask if you wanted us to follow the steps that I see on the screen.
Oh, not yet, not yet. I have to get my camera back. Okay. We're gonna move on in about, let me say, 20 minutes to part 2. And part 2 is going to be about hatching and cross hatching, which is something I use very often in my work. So if you're finished with your base sketch and you have a tool like a pen or Sharpie pens or ink pens, that's usually what I do the cross-hatching part with. But so I'll start that around 9:45.
Quick question, Nadia. This is
Yes.
Nadia. How are you?
How you doing?
Good. I just have a quick question. How come you prefer Bristol board over watercolor paper, or you were just in the mood for Bristol board today? Or
I usually use Bristol because it's smooth, and while watercolor paper is a little bit more textured than Bristol paper.
Yeah.
So it's just the texture, and it's
the
affordable.
materials you use as well, no? Or
These, like the pens and things, or in general?
Does it depend on the paper, the materials you use to use the paper?
Well,
Paper?
for the paper, I make sure it's thick because this is 100 pounds, so that means I can add up many layers to it without worrying about it like ripping and tearing or anything like that. So I make sure that's the paper that I've used and I've stuck with because it's been effective. But watercolor paper should work too, as long as it's super thick and it can hold wet media. Then you should be good to add other different medias to it as well. But I've just stuck with it because it's affordable. It comes in sheets of 20, and it comes in different sizes too. So I've just stuck with Bristol paper in particular.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move on to part 2 of this, which is hatching and cross hatching. Now, hatching and cross hatching are linear drawing techniques, and we use these techniques to bring value and the illusion of form and light. Now, there's some artists that either use cross hatching or hatching. Now, hatching is when we have lines that are parallel with each other and are going in the same direction. So if we look at this portrait here, I have hatching in the cheeks where the lines are going in one direction. And then the cross hatching in the areas where I want the shadows to be darker. So I'm cross hatching, that means making kind of like X's, the lines are meeting up with each other in darker areas. And in lighter areas, they're parallel to each other and not very close to each other. So this is another example where the areas that I want to be light, I don't put a lot of lines in. And the areas that I want to be darker is where I add more.
Excuse me, Nadia,
lines.
but we can't see an image right now.
No? Oh, oops. No. Sorry. Let me try again. Technology.
I saw it.
You saw it?
Yeah, I did too.
I just saw the picture of your face. That's it.
No, I saw that they.
I saw the image.
You have to go to speaker.
Go to where?
No. Okay.
Now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're fine.
All righty.
his camera may have gone to sleep or something, so he just probably needed to refresh.
Okay, all right. So
it wasn't your sharing.
okay, thank you. All right, so in this one I have hatching and cross hatching simultaneously. So hatching is where, like I was saying, the lines are parallel, not touching, and cross hatching, the lines are what it says, it's crossing each other. Now this picture here, this is an earlier work from around 2003, and this is just cross hatching and hatching. I didn't add any color on top of it, and I was using the actual ink colors of the pen to create the values and the different shadows of the image. And this was around post-college time when I was leaving college. And then this is after college. Now, the way I come up with these colors is what I do is I go into the portrait and I look at the portrait and I kind of block out areas where I see gradations in like color, where I see changes in color. So I can look at this portrait and I could say, okay, I see a color change here between where the eyebrows meet. There's a color change here. And then I can assign a color to that. I can say it's orange, or I just say it's a completely different color. Maybe every shade of this color, I'll change it to purple. And I'll just use purple shades for that one shade of color. And then I'll go into different areas and I pick out what I want those colors to be represented as. Sometimes I stick with what the color actually is, and sometimes I change it completely. So I'll end up with portraits with like pinks and blues and really vibrant colors that you wouldn't see when looking directly into a face. So that's what I usually do when I pick out those colors. And what I do cross-hatching with is with markers, and not markers, with pens. I usually use thin point Sharpies. They come in sets. Or I just use regular pens, like big pens that I get from the store. So it's not really anything specific, but I like to use different color pens. There's some artists that just stick with shades of black and blue or grays, but I like to mix up and play around with adding different colors using the hatching and cross hatching. And when I start on an actual portrait, I usually start around the eye area first, because I feel that if I could get the eye right, I can work on getting everything else right correctly. So I start with the eye first. And what I do is I start with the lightest colors first. So I always start with lightest colors. Same with any kind of painting technique or coloring technique. You always work from light to dark. So I will look into my portrait, make sure that I have my colors that I'm going to choose. So maybe I'll do yellow here. Maybe I'll change this to another color. And I'm just analyzing the image and picking out what shades I want to go with what. Now, if you're a traditional artist, then you could just choose what you see. If you see pinks, you use pinks. If you see oranges, you use oranges. If you see beige, you use beige. And if cross-hatching is not a technique that you're really into, you don't have to do it a lot in your picture. There's some images where I have very little cross-hatching, and there's some where I have a lot of cross-hatching. It's all dependent on what your style is. Now, images that are smaller, I usually do a lot of cross-hatching in. Images that are larger, that fill up a page like this, I use less cross-hatching because I want the color to come from the other layers, like the watercolor and the markers and the paints. So I'm going to go ahead and start showing you how I do this. So I usually start around an eye, and I do something called cross contour. So that means that I'm not just doing straight lines per se, but I'm doing lines that kind of form to what I think that shape will look like. So we're under the cheek, not cheek, the eye. So instead of doing just straight lines down, I can do lines that are a little bit curved. So this is called cross contour. So when I'm doing this, I'm given the illusion that these areas are a little bit bumpy or curved. It's not a flat area. And when I do this, I guess I could call myself a mad scientist. I don't really have a real method per se. I lay out my markers on the table and then I just pick and choose from what I see. I don't really have a system per se that I use. And I just keep adding layers on top of layers on top of layers. So maybe this area I'll do the above area, shades of orange, and the inner area, shades of orange. So then I can cross contour those areas.
Nadia, I'm sorry to interrupt. Could we
Yes.
maybe see the picture that you're looking at while you're drawing so we can
Right.
see?
Okay.
As well.
Let me see if I could get it to fit on here.
If you just put it over on top of your paints, I think we'll be fine. Oh, but I'm sorry, you need to have it where you can look at it.
Like right here?
Anywhere.
Okay.
Yes.
I want you to be able to see it.
Yeah.
So
thank you.
So then you're welcome. And then you can cross hatch. Remember, the closer the lines are together, the more contrast or darker that area will appear. And farther apart is where you want the lighter areas to be. So I usually fill up this entire face with layers of cross hatching and hatching first. And then I move on to the color portion. So notice that these are all parallel. I wish this was a little bit darker, but these are all parallel and farther apart because this is where the light is hitting the picture. So these are just going to be lighter areas, and my darker areas have more lines in it and more changes of color. Now, some artists just do this with simply just black, and you can get some really cool effects with that as well. Even if you're doing just pointillism, it would be the same exact concept. More areas of points will be darker and less areas of points will be lighter. And with cross-hatching, more areas of lines will be darker, and the farther apart the areas will appear to be lighter. So what I'm going to go in and fill this with colors, and even if I mess up with a color, I don't really worry about it because I can just use white acrylic paint and just cover it up and do another layer on top of it. Because we're working with layers. So what you can do is you can go ahead and start adding your own hatching and cross hatching to your picture. You add as little or as much as you want. These Sharpies, they come in sets of 12 to more than that. And I'm not going to worry too much about highlights right now because we're going to add highlights at the end, and that's the lighter, brighter parts of the picture.
Nadia, is color pencil okay? Like, yeah, obviously.
Yeah,
okay.
should be.
Whatever you have.
Yeah, whatever you got. I feel like there's always a way to make it work. And another thing, these pens also come in, there's pens that come in different sizes. So there's thinner pens with the pointier tip. And then there's pens that are a little bit wider. So the pointier tips you can do more details with if you're cross-hatching. This one is about, and these pens, these are micron pens, and they have a number on top of them, and it tells you the thickness of it. So the smaller, the more it says, if it says millimeters, that means it's a smaller tip than a larger one. I feel like this is very therapeutic, very relaxing.
Out of curiosity, how come you switched from pinks to yellows? Did you see that in your picture, or you just?
Yeah, I just went into, like, there's areas up here that have shades of yellow, a little bit, at least to me, has like shades of yellow in certain areas. One thing you can do before you even print out a picture is you can go into your phone or your computer, and you could just change the brightness of it, or the contrast of the image, and then that will bring out some more colors into the picture, where you can pinpoint different colors before you print it out. one thing I like to do if I was doing this with students is I turn it into a game where I have them lay out the pens in front of them, and then it's kind of like musical colors. After a few seconds, I tell them switch a color, switch a color, switch a color. So it's kind of randomized for them to change their colors. With the hair, I'm not putting too much details with the cross hatching. Usually when I do hair, I focus more with the markers and the watercolors and the paints in that portion. Hi. I see you, but you can't see me. Okay, we're gonna do about a few more minutes, let's do 10 more minutes for cross-hatching. We can always come back to it after we add color. We can always add more cross-hatching on top of our color layer once we start adding color with our wet media. Now the wet media part is probably my favorite part of my entire process.
It sounds scary.
Don't be scared. Don't be scared. If If you make a mistake, just use some white acrylic and just cover it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have that.
What wet media are you using?
So I have a few things laid out. I have the alcohol markers, I have some watercolor, and I have some watercolor pens as well, and some, I guess you could call them water-based markers. There's two types of markers, which I'll go over. There's water-based markers, and then there's alcohol-based markers, which give you different effects on the paper. But for this one in particular, I'll probably be using the watercolors, the alcohol markers, and acrylic.
So you actually crosshatch with permanent markers?
Yes, yes.
Oh, because I did all my crosshatching with the alcohol markers, so I guess they're all going to blend together.
Not really. Alcohol markers are really good for once they're dry, they stay. So they don't really mix once they're dry. You'd have to add like a pure alcohol marker on top of it to make it wet again so that you can blend them. So that's sometimes with your set.
The Sharpie is a different material than the alcohol markers?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I use the gel pens, gel pens, with a little glitter or pearlescent finish.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Most of those once they're dry, they're dry.
Okay.
Which is good. And if anything, you could always add back on top of your wet media after it's dry.
All right.
Okay, 5 more minutes. Would anyone like to share what they have so far?
Yes, I'll share mine. This is Eddie.
Ooh. Okay, so let me spotlight you.
Okay. Use my camera.
All right. I'm gonna pause my video.
Whoa, nice job.
Okay. Ooh, very nice.
Lovely.
So I did a picture of me and I used different colors. I could go crazy going cross-hatching. So at one moment I have to stop.
Yeah, you can't go wild with it. I know I go wild with it. Awesome job.
Yeah,
Love it.
resemble.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, Zaida. Okay. Loving it. And that's
Okay. I have one too.
all right.
This is my mother.
Oh, cute.
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
When she
All right.
was 18 years old.
Okay.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
nice.
Oh,
Ooh la
nice.
la.
We got a cat. We got a cat in here. Very nice. Let me do Marlon. Ooh, it's Jamie.
Nice.
Wow.
Beautiful.
The mouth is amazing.
Beautiful.
Wow.
All right, do Renee.
Hi.
Ooh.
Well, I kind of put some pastels at the bottom just and around.
Okay, that's good. That's good. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Y'all are doing great. Y'all are doing awesome on these. All right, let's see. We do Peter, then Ruth. Ooh, okay.
Ooh la la.
Your background is kind of. I see it though. I see it. And Ruth. Ooh.
Wow.
Beautiful.
My cousin.
Ooh, nice.
He's a beautician and he owns a beauty salon. He's an instructor, so you'll like it.
Nice. Nice, nice, nice. We're in a room full of artists. Anyone else? Oh, let's see. Haiti and
Hi.
hi. Okay, so we got
Right
we got a little artist too.
I'm going to share his too.
Awesome.
Oh, way cool.
I love it. End of portal. Oh, I think I know what game. Yeah? Awesome.
Super nice.
Angela.
Lovely.
Yeah, I have a lot of mistakes. This is my daughter. I need to fix the mouth. So I'm going to use the white acrylic, I guess.
Yep, just put white acrylic on top and do it again if you're not pleased with something. Jennifer and then Judy.
Wow.
Beautiful. Beautiful. And then Judy. Oh, we got two going on. We have beautiful shading.
Yes.
Nice.
Love it.
Awesome.
You guys are such an inspiration.
Anyone else?
I can show mine.
Oh, Mirana.
My daughter. Oops.
Ooh.
Wow.
Loving the cross contours. Very nice. Very nice. Anyone else? Let me make sure I have. Oh, Renee. We have some shades of blue and green. Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Awesome.
I feel it. I feel it. Yes.
Very stylistic.
Thank you.
Did I use too many colors?
No. I don't ever feel like you can use too many colors.
Okay.
All right, anyone else? All right, so I'm gonna move on now to the color part of all of this. Let me get my screen back up.
I am in workshop. Yeah. No. Let me call you right back. Or put it on mute. Okay. Bye.
Okay, can you all see my screen? Okay, so now we're gonna move on to the coloring stage, the wet media stage. And I'm gonna go over a few tools that are available to everybody on Amazon, Michael's, any kind of arts craft store will have these tools here. So the first tool I'm gonna go over are called alcohol markers. Now this is one brand of alcohol markers. It's called Artex, and there are so many different brands. There are Artex, there's Copic, which is the more high-end brand, and Copic markers, one marker is like $8. Where with this brand, you could get a set of maybe 24 for maybe $20 or $35. So some brands are more useful than others. Some of them come in things like skin tone shades. There's ones that come in sets of like 72, where they're all different types of colors. Now, the difference between a alcohol marker and a regular marker is the consistency of it. So let me do a real quick demo with how these work. So alcohol markers are made with alcohol, so that means that they dry super fast. So if I do a mark like this, it's gonna dry really quickly. By the time I even put another layer on top of it, it's going to be dry. So mixing with them, in order to mix with alcohol markers, you have to have a colorless blender, and the colorless blender usually comes with the set, and it's usually the number 0. Let me get this on the screen. And it has the word on it, colorless blender. So what this is pure alcohol in there. And when you put it on top of the color you already made, it kind of lifts it up so that you can blend more tones into it. Now, I'm not really big into blending colors together, so I don't really use the colorless blender. But if blending tones is something that you like doing, then I would use that colorless blender often. And the good thing about these alcohol markers is that if I put, let's say I put a lighter shade on top of a darker shade, it is not going to ruin my marker. My marker is going to be perfectly fine. So with a water-based marker, if I was to put pink on top of brown, that brown is going to come off on my pink marker. So that's the good thing about these alcohol markers. Now, they don't really come in class sets. I've been emailing these companies. You need to make a class set of these. You need to make a class set. Hopefully one day they make class sets of these, because these are really useful for high school, middle school age students, and they're easy to put away. I switched to markers because I didn't want to clean anything up. It was easy to just pop the top back on and just put it away back in its case. And these kind of resemble the style of watercolors as well. A lot of artists, comic book artists, illustrators use alcohol markers to color things in. And they go on really smooth. They dry smooth as well. If I do this layer and it's light, I can always wait till it's dry and do a layer on top of it, and it will become darker. This is one way you can do shades with it. So you do a light layer, wait till it dries, and then put another darker layer on top. Or you could just add that darker layer using a different color. Now these come in double tops, so there's usually a top where it's a broader marker, and then on the bottom, there's a thinner tip marker for things like details and small details, like what Marlon was doing with his cross hatching. So they usually come in double tip, and they usually have the color on top. It's kind of blurry. I'm bad with angles. All right, so this says terracotta. Now the one thing that I would suggest if you invest in these is that you do something called a color swatch. Most artists do it with watercolors and acrylic paints, because sometimes the color that is on the top is not exactly what it looks like on the paper. So what you have to do is you do a color swatch. So you say, okay, I do a color swatch of that. I know it looks like that when I put it on white paper. And then I write down what number it is. So I know this is 21. And that's what color 21 looks like. So I always do a color swatch of alcohol markers. And that's one way to keep track of your colors. You can keep your color swatch for whenever you want to use it. And this is the regular Crayola marker, and it's water-based. So it's gonna look a little different. So when I go over on it, you'll see, you can actually see areas where I went over back and forth. But with the alcohol markers, it's kind of like one smooth blending of that color. So this is a good investment to have if you're really into getting that smooth look into images. And if I were to add another color on top of this, that color would probably go on top of my other water-based marker. Now there's another more high-end brand of water-based marker called Tombow or Tombow. Now Tombow markers, they're a little bit longer than the alcohol markers, but they also come with two sides. So there's usually they call this the felt tip side. And then there is a thinner side, as usual, for details. Now, the Tombow water-based markers, these will wear away at your paper. Since they're water-based, if you use it too much, you'll notice that your paper will start to kind of like lift up a little bit, kind of wear away. So with Tombow markers, since they're water-based, you have to be a little bit careful about how many layers you put with a water-based marker. With the alcohol-based, you don't really have to worry too much about that because they dry super fast. They dry super fast. So those are two tools that I usually use. Now, when I do these simultaneously together, I usually put the alcohol first, alcohol-based marker layer first, and then I put the water-based layer on top of the alcohol-based layer. There was also these. These are called Posca paint markers. Now these resemble acrylic paints and they go on thick. Now if you wanna, very expensive, but it's also an investment. If you wanna use these with your students, it'll save you a lot of time, like cleaning up paints and acrylic paints and getting out water and getting out brushes and things like that. And these, let me get it open. These resemble acrylic. It goes on thick. See that texture. So it goes on thick and then it takes a while to dry. And Poscas, they come in all different sets. There's colored sets. Now they have skin tone sets. And then they have like pastel sets where it's like pinks and light blues and light greens. And that's something you can look into. These are also on Amazon. This set was about 15 bucks. They are a Japanese made brand, so they're a little expensive, but you end up with really good work when you use them. So these are the acrylic paint markers, alcohol-based and water-based. And then we have another thing, which I recently started using. This is an Amazon brand. I've only seen it really on Amazon, Arteza, and they really have good products too. Now these are water brush pens, kind of like watercolor pens, and they resemble watercolors in pen form, but they don't dry so fast, so you're able to blend with them. So They come like this. They have a, hold on, did I freeze? Okay, so they come in cases like this, and they have like a brush point where it looks like an actual watercolor brush, and it resembles watercolors. So if you wanna save time breaking out watercolors, you can always get these Arteza watercolor brushes or watercolor pens, and you can get some really interesting looks with these. And they have sets of 48. This is a set of 48 with all different tones. And what's good about these too is if you put a color on top of another color, it's not going to ruin it. It's not going to ruin it. It's not going to brush off the color onto there where it's ruined and you're like, oh gosh, I can't use this anymore. The only downsides of these is they're not refillable. So once they're done, and you have to get a new set of these. There are some alcohol marker brands that are refillable, like Copic is refillable, and I think another brand called, that I can't think of the name right now, but there are some markers that are refillable, so you can have them for a very long time and refill them. And there's some brands that when they're done, they are done. And this is one of those brands. Any questions so far about these tools here? And then we have our traditional stuff, our watercolors. This is a more expensive brand, the Daler Rowney watercolors. And then this is just your regular set from Michael's or Walmart or any store like that. So what I like to do with watercolors is I like to mix acrylic with them. So what I do is you'll see I have this here that's full of dried white acrylic paint. So what I do is I try to change the colors of the watercolors by adding acrylic paint to them in separate layers. So all of these here were where I mixed watercolor with acrylic paint to change the tone of them. Because with watercolors, sometimes you'll end up with it too dark or too light, and you're like, how do I change this? How do I make this look like how I want it to look? So one way I thought of fixing that was just, add acrylic. I mean, it's just like a hybrid of acrylic and watercolor. And if you water it down enough, it can still resemble that look of actual watercolor. So as with anything, any kind of portrait, any kind of painting, you always start with your base layer, which is always your lightest layer of your picture. So let me show you some examples that I've done before. Now this is one that I've colored in, so you'll see that I have a little bit of cross hatching underneath, and then on top I have the acrylic and the watercolor. Now this one I used mostly a watercolor paint, and then the areas where there's acrylic, you can see it better. Like this is all white acrylic. This right here is acrylic mixed with watercolor, so you can see that the edges are kind of like frayed a little bit. And just like with the cross hatching, I used multiple colors. I'm not too concerned about blending colors together, but if you are, you can always use the same steps you would use as if you were blending acrylic paints together or oil paints together. And in this one as well, I also have crayon. So on top of these layers, I've added different things like crayon and watercolors to add shadows. And for the white acrylic paint is what I do highlights with. Like in the eyes, areas of the eye, forehead, anywhere light is hitting is where I probably use the white acrylic or white gel pen. Now this one is mostly acrylic. So most of it's acrylic, and then I have areas blotted out where it's watercolor mixed with acrylic, and then I have my my cross hatching and my hatching. So it really gives it some nice texture too when you add acrylic on top of it. And then this is a good blend of the two. Okay, so I'm gonna start with this here. Now with this one, what I'm gonna start with is by using the alcohol markers first. So what I do is I pick my lightest tone of alcohol marker. And then I color in the entire portrait. So I go in and I color the entire thing in. Now I use the broad tip so I can fill up more space, more area. So this is my base layer. I can even put it on top of areas that I'm gonna do that are super dark as well. Okay, so I filled it in with one tone, and then I'm gonna go back into my picture. And then like I did with the cross hatching, I'm gonna pick out areas where I'm going to change the skin tone. So I know that I have some oranges, some darker tones near the eyes, between the eyes, we have a darker tone. Around the eyes, we definitely know that this beard here is gonna be super dark. With a little bit of shade, I feel like there's some shades of blue in here, some shades of green a little bit. So what I want you to do is go into your picture and you pick out parts where you know that there's gonna be a color change. So you know that the whole face can't be completely beige or completely yellow. So we're gonna pick out parts where we see the darker areas, maybe darker greens, not darker oranges, darker pinks, darker yellows. And then you can use your colored media to start filling in those spots. You can use your watercolors, your alcohol markers, your water-based markers. So let me show you what the water-based marker looks like on top. So these are the water-based ones. So I'm gonna do a shade of, let's do like a little darker brown on top. All right, so this is a kind of like a beigeish. Let's see if it shows any change. Not really, let me do a darker one. Okay, so you can do it on top. Let me zoom, see if I could zoom into this.
What brand were those?
These here, these are called Tombow. Okay. Tombow. So you're gonna go in and just fill in different areas. And you can alternate between your water-based markers and your alcohol or even your watercolors. So once your base layer is dry, you can go in with your watercolors and start adding watercolor layers on it. I like to use these pens here. These are watercolor pens, and it kind of saves me from having to get a cup of water and having to clean my brush often. Now these, you can fill it with water so that if you need to change it, all you got to do is squeeze, and then the water comes out to the brush and then just cleans it really quickly. So I like using these. These come in different brands and different sizes as well. So this is a smaller size. And like I said, if I make a mistake somewhere, maybe I made a color too dark, I could always wait till it dries and then just put another layer of acrylic on top. And the cool thing about these alcohol markers in particular is that they pretty much go on multiple surfaces. You can put this on top of acrylic, on top of any medium actually. I can put it on top of crayon even. They're really versatile markers, the alcohol markers. I'm not going to focus too much on highlights because we're going to do that later with our white acrylic or a white gel pen. So like, let me show you how I blend the watercolors. So I usually start with a little bit of white acrylic, and you have to be not afraid of ruining your watercolors to do this. So you get your watercolor tone first, and then you mix it with your white acrylic, and then you can get a lighter shade of that watercolor tone. And if you want it to be super watercolor looking, you can always add more water to it. And then you can put it onto your paper. And you'll notice that it's brighter since you added that white acrylic. It's going to be a brighter shade or a heavier shade than what was on your paper before.
You froze.
Okay. So with this one, I just put some red watercolor with the white acrylic to get a shade of pink. And let's say you're doing this and then you're your cross-hatching layers start disappearing, you can always wait till it dries and then put your cross-hatching layers back on again. These are the watercolor pens. Let me show you how these work. Very similar to actual watercolors. It's always good to also invest in shades of grays. With these, you can add really good shadows using lighter shades of gray. When working with hair, I always start lighter tones and then I build up the darker tones on top. So let's say you added all the color you wanted to add, and you notice that some of your cross-hatching is going away. You can always go back on top of it with more cross-hatching to bring back certain areas. Like I knew I had some pinks around here and under the eye. I could always go back on top of this with my pens and my Sharpies, or I can even use my actual alcohol markers or colored markers and do the cross-hatching too. That's something you could do as well. Just to bring some depth and some texture back to it. Unless you like it to look a little bit smooth and flat, that's a stylistic choice. Now I haven't added any highlights yet, which is the wider areas. I usually save that part for last. With hair, I usually go back in with the either a thin marker, thin ink pen, and I do little strands sometimes, or sometimes I just leave it as blocks of color. It all depends. Like these areas up top here, I don't have to do every single strand of hair. I can leave those as just blocks of shades of grays and blues, or even greens I see a little bit of. But these areas where the hair is a little bit more defined, I can go in and add it. Tiny little details of hair if I want to. Just little strands, like you're doing Van Gogh strokes. So we're going to work on this part till 12 o'clock, which is going to be lunchtime. So I'm going to quickly do a highlights tutorial. So for highlights, these are the whiter areas or the brighter areas in the portrait. What I usually do is I sometimes use white gel pens. There's different types. There's white gel pens that dry instantly. There's some that take a while to dry. And then there's some that are even glittery, like what Renee was using. There's glittery gel pens, all types of different gel pens that you can use. So what I do is I take the gel pen and I go into areas where I know there's bright white. Like I know on the nose, there's an area of white, lighter shades on the nose. There's some lighter shades around near the cheek areas, on the forehead, even on the lips, there's some lighter areas. So I use a gel pen or acrylic white paint, and then I just fill in those areas with a light layer of white. Or if I'm using the gel pen, sometimes I use the same cross hatching technique. So I just cross hatch in those areas with the white gel pen. Fill in areas where I know there's a little bit more white. I could do this with the acrylic paint too.
Nadia, you froze.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay.
My phone, I need to put it on so that it doesn't turn off every 15 minutes. And if you're using watercolor, just use a very thin brush for details, highlight details. So this is it with the acrylic white, the acrylic shades of highlight. And if you put too much, you could always go back on top with your markers, your coloring tool, and lighten it out. We're going to break for lunch in about 5 minutes. Okay, so in about 1 minute, we're going to break for lunch. You have an hour. You can stay here. You can log back in around 1 p.m. And then when you come back, we're going to continue this if we need to, continue adding color. And then we're going to start adding or deciding what we're going to do with our backgrounds, the space behind our portraits. And then I'll show you how I integrate this to my iPad and how I can add things using my iPad to this as well.
Sounds cool. Can't wait.
All right. All right.
Nadia, when we
Yes.
log in, when we log back in, what do? We go back to our email and click on the link?
Yep, it should take you right back here.
All right, thanks.
All righty.
Great stuff. Good job.
Awesome. I'm glad you're loving it.
Nadia, hola, this is Zaida.
Hello?
This is Zaida, I love it.
Thank
I
you.
love what I'm doing. Thank you for teaching me. I was dying to have the opportunity to be with you, Nadia.
Oh, thank you, Zaida.
I love it. I hope that I have time enough to finish it. I don't think, well, I really don't know. But
Okay.
I'm working on it.
Okay.
We'll see it at the end.
No rush.
No, I
You-
will not. Thank
Yeah.
you.
All right, let me wait maybe a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Maybe 3 more minutes. While we wait, you can add extra things. You can add more layers to your portrait, to the skin, to the hair.
It is very unique from you, Nadia, the way you do your portraits. It's your staple, your signature.
Yes.
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 Yes, I didn't start doing this till maybe around 2 years ago.
Okay.
I started changing things around and trying to make things not look like another artist, but make it look like me.
It's certainly you. I mean, you put them all together, we can see that it's coming from you. I mean, it's undeniable. It's like, you know, it's your trademark.
Thank you.
Exactly. I agree.
Thank you.
So Nadia, you're using your phone as a camera?
Yes, yes. I'm using my iPhone as the camera, and with Zoom, you can kind of like AirPlay your iPhone to your Zoom.
All right. What happened if somebody calls you?
I'll have to ignore it. I'll have to ignore it. Hopefully nobody calls though. Usually I use a document camera, but
Yes.
I can't get it high enough where it would show everything that I wanted it to show.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
No, this coronavirus has introduced us to many other resources.
Definitely.
I never used a document camera.
Oh, somebody's calling me. Look at that.
What you said, Eddie?
I'm declining.
I'll call Marlon and tell him to hang up.
Salina.
Oh my goodness.
No, that was me. I was just messing with you.
Marlon for trying that.
Now we know what happens when somebody calls me.
Yeah, it was the same thing when I realized we could use our phones as GPS, and then I said, "What happens if I'm looking at the address and somebody calls me? How does that work?"
Right.
Yeah, back with the iPhone 3s, and then, well, you know, just pick up the call. I said, well, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's so advanced these days. Super advanced. I remember when
People like me.
touch
Hello?
screens came out, I was very anti-touch screen. I was like, I want my buttons. What are you getting rid of my buttons for? And now everything is touch screen. All the phones. So maybe till 1:15 we could finish adding more layers onto our image if we want.
All right.
And then we're going to move on to the background and how you can incorporate digital into your works.
Yeah, that's interesting. How do you do that?
And all of these techniques I came up with because I didn't want to clean up.
You sound like my daughter.
That's how things get invented. When people don't want to do something, they find a better way.
Like, how do I not have to clean brushes? What can I use?
So what do you do after dinner? Dishwasher after dinner? Dishwasher?
I use paper plates.
That's a good one.
My kind of girl.
I'm not lazy, I swear.
I know you.
Whoops.
Nadia, now we have to work with the details with the markers when you finish the coloring.
You can always go back on top and add details with the markers and the and pens.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so before I move on to doing backgrounds, I like to outline my entire image. Now, outlines are not naturally seen in nature and around people, but outlines really help in making images pop out of the page and kind of blurs that line between realism and painterly. Once you see an outline there, you know it's hand drawn and somebody drew it. Usually realistic painters don't use outlines in their images. And the thickness of your outline also kind of defines how it is. You can do really thin outlines, or you can use thicker markers and do thicker outlines. It all depends. Now, outlines is a stylistic choice by me because I want this to look painterly. I don't want it to look like a super realistic image. And then I can contrast in the background by using background lines that are even thinner than what I chose to outline the image with. So I'm just going to go ahead and outline this entire thing. Now, how I decide on the background, now that's all kind of in my head. That's how I create that type of narrative. So I'm basing my background choices off of pretty much generalizations, what I feel that person might enjoy, what they might like, what they might enjoy being around and doing. And that's how I kind of come up with these backgrounds. And with the backgrounds, I also try to play around a little bit with depth perception. So for this one, for example, I put them in a library. I'm not too concerned about getting things like super straight or super inline. I'm doing all of this freehand with no ruler, and I'm playing around with a 1-point perspective in this one. So I want everything to go back towards and above that person's head so that when we look at this picture, we're looking around the entire thing to see everything. Okay, so I see a cash register. I see some books over here. That looks like maybe a window in the background. And sometimes I use Google and I just look up an image. I just go on Google and I say, okay, maybe I want to put a bookstore, maybe a cafe, maybe a garden. And I use that as my starting off point for the reference, and then I could add extra things to it. So this bookstore that I chose, maybe it didn't have this window there and I added the window. Or maybe it didn't have an extra bookshelf on this side and I added a bookshelf. Same with this one here. I'm also doing a 1-point perspective where it's going behind the person's head. And these are very simplistic, not detailed at all. Outlines of shapes, outlines of cars, outlines of windows, objects. And when I do color these in, I'm not coloring them super realistic. I'm using pastel colors or really vibrant colors that I might have put in the face before. My earlier work, I didn't even put any backgrounds at all, and until I started transitioning to putting backgrounds and making the image kind of like a narrative storyline. So what you all can do is you can go on Google, or if you have an image in mind already that you want to put in the background, it doesn't have to be super detailed, but we want to fill up that space so that the viewer is not just looking at the image, that they have things to look at beyond the image to say, okay, I see a story going on here. Maybe this person is at the beach. Maybe they're at school and they're bored or something. So you can go ahead and play around with what you want that to look like. If you want, if you see certain pencil lines on the outside of your image too, you can use an eraser and erase any pencil lines that you might not want that you had there from the beginning. I'm going to continue that 1-point perspective theme that I was doing and put this person in a 1-point perspective. So I'm going to have everything go towards the back around here instead of going directly behind them, because then I have more space to add more things if I do it on the right instead of maybe on the left. I can add more little trinkets, little windows, little whatever I want to add on that side. And sometimes I use a ruler, sometimes I don't. It all depends on how I'm feeling at that moment. And like I was saying, I'm not too concerned about getting super straight lines or super realistic lines. And I always use a thin Sharpie for my backgrounds. Always thin. I don't really do backgrounds where the lines are super thick or super bold. I always use a thin line. And these Sharpies are basic. I think they say fine point, so I'm not really sure about what number it is, but I always work fine point. So I pick my perspective line, so I'll just put a little dot, and I want everything to come back towards that little dot right there. So I'm gonna make this up as I go. I don't have anything planned out yet, so I'm just gonna make up the scenery. And as with perspectives, you have your slanted lines and the perspective that you want to go, and then your straight lines above for anything you want straight. So I can turn this into a bookshelf. So and sometimes I get the perspective off completely wrong, which I work with. If I get it wrong, I get it wrong. I just work with what I have. And you have to be careful because sometimes you don't want the background to be too busy, that it's so busy that it's distracting from the actual portrait. Now, if I were to color in this background traditionally, I would use acrylic paint or these Posca markers. Same as the earth tone Posca. This is a little bit smaller. These are the thicker ones, and it comes out with more paint and more color. This is an example of one I colored with the Posca markers. Notice that it's smooth. You don't see a lot of gradation changes in color. And I like to treat these empty spaces as like if I was going to take the paint tool and just drop a color in. So that's how I kind of approach my backgrounds. And this is Posca. It comes in a set of, how much is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think 20. Comes in a set of 20, multiple colors. And they resemble acrylic paint. I know Liquitex used to make a brand of acrylic markers. They're a little expensive, but they're just as good as a Posca, and Posca is just as good as them. But for this one, I think I'm going to do the background for this digitally so that you can see how the digital component can come into your works of art. And if you have an iPad, I think this program that I'm going to use is on iPad only, but I'm sure there are other programs that are for like Samsung tabs, and I know Photoshop is definitely one that you can use on multiple tablets because it's Adobe. But today I'm going to be using an app called Procreate, which is a Apple-based app, but it's really, really good. And it's free.
During the lunch break, I went on the. I try to get it on my iPad, but it cost $10, $9.99.
It's not free anymore.
I didn't see anything free.
Oh,
I use another app for drawing, which is oh, I can't think of it right now. Anyway,
that's how they get you. It used to be free.
Yeah.
Well, the $10 is worth it because it comes packed with a lot of stuff on here. I'll show you it in a little bit. So around, let me see, 1:45, I'll start the Procreate. And if you just want to color in your background traditionally, you can also do that as well, using whatever tool you have. Okay, so I'm going to stop share to set up the digital portion of this. Okay, so what I did was I took a picture of the original and then I just airdropped it to my iPad. So now I have it on my iPad. Now what I usually do is, let's say if this was a commission, I'd complete it completely with using the Posca markers, and then I would sell the commission. But since I'm transferring it to digital, I can also always have multiple versions of it that I can print and do prints with and send the prints out, and then whoever wants the original can get the original of it with the actual colors on it and everything like that. So I'm going to put this one to the side, and then I'll show you the digital component of all of this. And something you can use with your students if they have iPads and you have the budget to get this program, since it's not free anymore, which I'm upset about. If you want to get the program, Procreate, you can always get the program. And there's also other drawing programs out there that is free. There's Sketchbook.io, I think, and there's some other programs that are just as good as Procreate, same features. And the thing with all of these drawing apps is that you can buy things to it. You can always add extra things to it as well. So with Procreate, let me make sure you can see my screen. It's not too dark. Okay. Can everyone see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yes.
All right, so Procreate is this app here. You go back to the gallery. So when you start Procreate, it has a gallery. It's usually blank. I've been drawing a lot of things. So there's a gallery. And then what you do when you open up it, you have three options on there. You have select, you have import, and you have photo. Now, photo is if you want to take a picture to use on the app. Import, I'm going to do import because I have a picture that I want put on this app that I already have on my phone or my iPad. And then there's select. With select, what you can do is you can pick out anything you already have on here to add on top of it. So let me show you one I did already digitally. So this is a digital work that I did before. So this started out as a traditional piece. And what I did was I scanned it onto Procreate, and then using Procreate, I added more layers to it. I drew in things in the background. And I can also take things away using Procreate as well. Up on here, there are these options. If you get this app, there's going to be a pen or brush option. This one is a blur option. So let's say you're using the pencil tool and you want to use your finger to give the illusion that you're blurring colors or blurring charcoal or blurring pencil marks together. There's the eraser tool. Let me make sure this isn't so. There you go. There's the eraser tool for erasing. And then this is your layers tool. So just like how we do layers, we were doing layers today with the cross-hatching, then we did the paint, and then we might have did cross-hatching again on top. With this app, you can have multiple layers. And what layers on top will be the brightest when you start adding color and putting colors on top of each other. Now, I don't want to get too detailed into this because I want to actually show you how you can add color to a portrait you've already done. But this is the layers, and if you want to get rid of a layer, what you can do is you take your finger, swipe all the way to the left, and then it gives you the option to delete. Slide, delete. Now I'm going to go to the actual image I imported here. So I click Gallery, and then I'm going to press Import. Let me do this the easier way. Here's another way you could do it. So you can press this plus button up here. When you press the plus button, it gives you these options. So this is going to be the size of your artwork, whatever you decide. Screen size would be an actual, entire size of your iPad. There's 4K, A4, 4:6 is going to be smaller. And you can make up your own sizes as well. A bigger size means that you will end up with a larger file. And a larger file might take a longer to upload online. Let's say you're uploading online or something. So be mindful of what size you put your file. Some are just way too large. And it's going to take a while for it to load and upload, and it might glitch a little bit. I usually go with screen size, and then I click it, and then it will pop up a image. So right now I have a blank canvas, and I need to get my image onto this blank canvas. So now we have to ignore these tools on here on the right and go to these tools on the left. This is going to help us figure out how to get our picture on here so that we can work with it. All right, so I'm going to go to it looks like a wrench tool. So I'm going to click that. And then it gives you all these other complicated options. Add, canvas, share, video, preferences, help. I'm going to go to add. Since I have a photo here already, I'm going to click insert a photo. And then it's going to take me to my gallery where I could find the photo I had. So I'm going to click it, and then it should pop up here. So right now it's on my Procreate board for me to work with. Now sometimes the color that's in here is not the white you want. So there are ways you can remedy this. Now I use an Apple Pen. Usually when you get iPad Pro, it comes with an Apple Pen. And this resembles actually using an actual pen on paper or on a marker on canvas, or, it resembles this really good tool, and you're able to move things around with it. So let me go over the basic tools for adding color. So the main one here is the brush tool. Make sure my pen is charged. All right, so we have the brush tool. Now when you click the brush tool, all of these options are gonna pop up. So you can upload, you could go on Google and find all different types of brushes. Now I uploaded these watercolor brushes offline, and these brushes are my go-to brushes when using this app in watercolor. You can buy brushes online. There are a lot of brushes that also come with the program. The sketching brushes come with the program. So here's some options. There's pencil, you can get a sponge feel, you can get a chalk type feel, shade, you can pretend that you're using graphite. Inking brushes come with it, different brands. There's gel pens, sketching markers, ink bleeds, flat markers. So you're ending up with a whole bunch of options here. I know when I got this program, I spent about a week just playing around with all the different brushes and what they do and how they work, or if they're ones I would want to use or ones I don't want to use at all. So if you ever end up getting this app, it's a good opportunity to just play around with it. And on YouTube, there are tons of tutorials on how to use these brushes and how to make it work for yourself. So fresco, gouache, turpentine, or teen, oil paint, stucco. You're ending up with a lot of traditional effects in a digital form. And a lot of these come with the program. You also get textures as well. So let's say you want to do a grid texture. Comes with a grid texture on there. There's polka dots, decimals, diagonals, wood textures. Let me do a wood texture example. Okay, so let me do wood with black. So it's given this illusion of wood with the wood texture. And let's say I don't want it on there anymore. All I have to do is press this button here, and then that gets rid of everything I did. So I could keep pressing, and then I can put it back, I can take it off. And then, you know, whatever you don't want on there, you could easily take it off. So I'm going to show you how I add color to this and how I can make the white that's in there match. So let's say I don't want all of this space here on the outside. Oops, very sensitive, very sensitive. So if I don't want all this space on the outer parts, I can click that wrench tool again and click canvas. So when I click canvas, I can crop and resize and get rid of all that space there that I don't want. So I can always push it in to get rid of that. Maybe I don't want all the shirt to show. So I'm just pushing it in until I crop it to the size I want it to crop to. And now it's fully cropped. And then I press cropping, and now I just have that image that I want to work with. Now there are different ways you can color things in. So the main way is, one, I use the actual brush itself, and I pick a coloring tool. Maybe I want it to look like an acrylic or like a chalky texture. I go to the brush and I start, and right here, this dot up here at the top, these are your colors. So when you click it, you have the option of making whatever color you want. These sliders change what color family you're in. This changes the brightness and the darkness of it, this bottom slider here. So more to the right, your color's gonna be brighter. More to the left, it's going to be darker, and you know, in the middle. They also come with palettes. So the app comes with pre-made palettes already, and you can make your own. So these palettes they have like a vibrant pastel palette, campfire palette, Send palette. This is one I made of all the skin tones I usually use. So let's say I wanted to make a palette using these colors here. All I would have to do is press and hold on the color, and then you'll see something pop up here. So whatever I move it to is where that color it will pick up. So maybe I want it to be a orange, and then I let it go, and then I end up with that color here, up here on the top. So I can start filling in color either by just coloring it in directly. And these sliders here, this here is opacity. So when you're messing around with opacity, the lighter the opacity, the lighter the color will be. You will hardly even see it. And the higher up the opacity, the darker the color will be. And you can also change the size of the brush. So if I do it all the way to the top, my brush is going to be extremely large. And if I do it a little lower, my brush will be smaller. So this controls the size of your brush, and this one controls the opacity of the brush. Now another good tool that I like, it's kind of like a paint bucket tool. So what you can do is you can grab hold of the color here and just pull it into the area you want it in. And then it will fill that entire area up with color. And this is usually how I color in. I just randomly pick colors, and then I just kind of paint drop it into different areas. And if the paint drop ends up in areas you don't want, that means that your lines are not completely closed, the darker lines. It'll only work if your lines are completely closed on the image. Any questions about this so far? No? So this is how I add colors with digitally. And I can always go back in and figure out, okay, which lines didn't really close, because now I have this color everywhere that I don't want it. And I could go backwards and close out these areas with my pen, whichever pen tool you decide. And then you close it out, and then you can start adding more colors. So what you can do now is, if you have Procreate, if you want to play around with Procreate, you can. It is $10 though. But you can also add your colors traditionally as well. So we're gonna spend the last 30 minutes of class filling in our backgrounds with color. And then we can share, we can do a final share at the end.
Nadyia, why does the lampshade always get the background color over it? It looks closed.
I don't know. Oh, it's not completely closed. There's like a little area over here.
Oh, okay.
That's still a little open. Let me see if it works. All right, let's see. Oh. Sometimes the layers you put with marker might not show up as dark enough on the tablet. So sometimes it's a good idea to go over your lines again using the tablet, if you're using the tablet, just to be sure. Or if you want, you could not do the background at all traditionally and do the background completely on the tablet so that you're sure of whatever lines you put down on here. Another cool trick is also, let's say you are drawing a straight line on here and you're not really good at drawing straight lines. What you can do, I'm gonna go to a blank sheet, so. Show you some really cool stuff on here. So let's say we're making a straight line and we're not getting it straight. What you can do is you could draw the line, hold it, and then the app will either keep it, and then the app will straighten the line for you, and then you can move that line around wherever you want it to go. Same with circles. You hold, and it'll turn it into that perfect shape that if you want a perfect shape. I usually use this when doing things like eyeglasses to get that roundness of the eyeglasses. Arches. Zigzags. Really cool stuff you could do with this. And you can also use the brushes to add layers on top. So let me go into these watercolor brushes. So you can see how that works. So I can always add layers on top. Let me do a darker one. So it kind of gives that wash look, as if I was adding another layer on top of the artwork. And if you want it brighter, you can always make another layer to go on top, because the layer that's on top will always be the darkest layer. And if you just mess around with it a little bit to see how it looks like on top. So there's a lot of interesting tools out there that you can use to your benefit. Now that happens when you're on the completely wrong layer. So I was on the layer above so that when I dragged the paint bucket onto it, it covered the entire page. So you gotta make sure you're on the right layer. Yay, it worked. So I think we should share maybe in a minute, since we have about 15 minutes left. So we'll share in a minute, and then we'll spend the rest of the 15 minutes sharing. Ooh, masked. Nice. Okay, I'm going to stop my screen share so that we can focus on what we have created today. I hope you all had fun and learned a lot of different techniques and styles. So what I'm going to do is, if you would like to share on the spotlight screen, just let me know, and then I can spotlight your screen.
Okay.
All right, so what you can do is you could all, let me see if this works. What I do with my students is I tell them to press the hand up button.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. All right, go ahead, Renee.
All righty. You got it? I don't know what, okay.
All right. Wow. Beautiful. It's tropical.
Oh, yeah, I just had so much fun with this. Oh my
Awesome.
Oh, very nice.
I used I couldn't find white highlighter, so I had to use my Speedball white.
That works too. That
And
works
it
too.
worked. It worked, and I used chalk, some little dollar store chalk for the shirt, and then I used crayon first because I don't have the right Bristol paper for this.
Oh, okay.
So
Okay.
to make it more resistant, I put like the colored pencil down first at the bottom, and then the watercolor on top, and I blotted it a lot so it wouldn't bubble up.
Right. So you made it work for you.
Yeah, I had to
Awesome.
make it work, and next time I'm gonna go ahead and buy that Bristol paper and use it because
Yeah, it's very useful and
so much
stick.
better on that Bristol. So this is on the thin, but I'm gonna do it again. It was too
Good.
much.
Good. 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 All right. So awesome job.
Okay.
All right. Mildred. All right. Hold it up a little higher.
Okay, here.
Ooh.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow, I love.
And the
Amazing.
proportions are totally off, but you know,
It's okay.
portraits are not my forte.
It's great.
Beautiful. I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. You did an awesome job.
Thank you.
All right, let's do Susan. Ooh, mainly cross-hatching and hatching. Very nice, and I love the hair. Look at that detail.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's awesome.
Awesome. Awesome. She took her cross-hatching and hatching to another level.
And I love that hair. Oh, my goodness. Right for the season.
All right, Vivienne.
Viv.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I did your guy first.
Mm-hmm.
So what I did was I cut pieces of the Montgomery Ward catalog and made my background. And then on this one, I did my mom.
Ooh.
Oh, la la.
Beautiful.
And here's her picture.
Oh, beautiful. I like the cut paper collage. Very nice.
Yes.
Awesome job.
Super job.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so let's do Alicia.
Did you mean it back?
Ooh.
Wow. Oh, I
Beautiful.
love it. You got
So beautiful.
awesome.
Those colors. Look at that.
Awesome. Oh, my goodness. I love
Floral. Wonderful.
Oh, I love
And the
it.
heart, too. I see that heart. Nice.
Nice.
Very nice.
Looks like an updated Frida Kahlo.
Alicia Cayo.
Yeah.
Alicia Torrado. All right, let's do, thank you. Let's do Lisa.
First, everybody did a beautiful job. I just wanted to say that I'm super impressed. Portraits are not my thing, so, and I'm not finished.
It's Ruth.
Oh, Ruth
Looks like her. It's beautiful.
I love it.
Love it.
Thank you. It's not finished.
Super
Okay.
Thank you.
Wow.
She's in a boxing
You
ring.
did a wonderful job.
Thank you.
All right, Allison. Thank you.
Hi there. So I didn't have too many Sharpies, so I used my watercolor pencils.
Ooh.
Ah.
But I found that because my paper's so textured, I found that it left a lot of extra residue on the surface of the paper. But I did try to get some lines in there. This is a friend of mine. She just had an aneurysm on Thursday, so I was thinking.
Oh.
I know. Sad, right?
It's beautiful.
It is.
Awesome job.
Super. Yes.
Thank you.
Very good.
All right, let's do Madeline.
Ooh la la.
I'm loving the background. Tell me about it. Is that like, are we in someplace? Where are we?
This is my niece, but the hair is driving me crazy. I'm not done with the hair, but
Okay.
she's in her playhouse and she was serving me coffee.
Ooh.
Oh.
It's coffee.
I love it.
Very
Awesome job.
interesting.
And I love the stripes. I use a lot of stripes in my clothing. Okay, Yvonne. All right, you're spotlighted.
I did my son.
Oh, cute.
I haven't gotten to add the colors in the background, but I was looking for pictures in my phone for Lego stores.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of mishmashed different Lego stores.
I'm loving it. And the perspective too. Very good. Awesome.
Thank you.
So interesting.
Thank you.
Oh God.
Okay.
Aw.
All right, Ruth.
This is mine.
Ooh.
Wow.
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 The hairstylist.
Yeah, no, to my cousin. He owns a beauty salon. He teaches, and this is his life. That's what he likes to do. Then what I did was I wasn't happy with the background. I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I went to Photoshop and I worked a bit, which is what I would have done. And I did more of the coloring.
Oh, okay. Neat.
And you can't see it much, but and I found that it was a little more graphic.
Mm-hmm.
But it was doing okay until I added the background. That's where I wasn't really happy. So all around, I like Procreate. I just suggested it to one of my students. She downloaded it. It's only $10 for the whole program versus Photoshop and whatever. And this girl is loving it. She's in New World and having a great time with it. Just
good. Yeah, it's what a lot of you're welcome. It's what a lot of graphic designers and illustrators are using now instead of doing the traditional media. And it's quick and it gives them the same effects as the traditional. Thank you. All right, anyone else? Let me go down the line. So we have about 6 minutes left.
Oh, look at Nancy's.
All right, so let me see. Let me do Peter.
This paper.
And Marlon.
Okay. Put that do you know how to do that? The hands up? All right, so let me do Peter. Ooh.
Oh, my goodness, Peter.
Goodness.
Wow.
I love
Wow.
That's amazing.
Super nice.
Yes.
Yes.
Is that somebody,
Oh, can't hear you, Peter.
You can't hear.
Oh. Okay, who else?
How do you do the hands on? Or hands up, whatever you.
So you have to go to the participants list, but I can see you all. I'll just look for you all. All right, so let me do you, Marlon, then I'll do Bajana, and then Haiti, and then Nancy. All right.
Did you skip me?
Did I skip you? Uh-oh. All right, so let me figure this out. The names are moving around on me. Okay.
Ooh la la.
Ooh.
Oh.
Gorgeous.
Wow.
So I did the portrait with the alcohol markers and the background with watercolor.
Gorgeous.
Super nice. Super nice.
Very nice.
I want to go out to Fairchild and go camping after this. Super nice.
Bring your markers, bring your colors.
Yeah.
All right. Bajana. Did I pronounce that right?
Yes.
Hey, Hannah.
Nadia, I really love your work.
Thank you.
And this is what the photo.
Ooh la la. It looks Parisian to me. Yeah. I think about going over to Paris when I see that.
Very colorful.
Mhm.
I was using this paper.
Yupo, heavy. Okay, I know that paper. I know that paper.
And I'm ready to do some digital editing. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. All right, let me see who else just popped up.
Nadia,
I hope I get through everybody. If not, if I don't get through everybody, yes?
it's me, Saida.
Oh, yes. Hold on. But if I don't get through everybody, you can always post a picture of it up on my learning plan in the team room.
This is my mother.
Beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
Very nice.
It is beautiful.
I couldn't finish touching, but I tried.
No worries. No worries. We use
Oh.
what we want. We use what we got.
Exactly.
All right. So let me see how quick. Let me see how quick. I don't want to rush anybody. Okay. So let's do. Let me go from the bottom up. We did that. Let's do Eddie.
Yep, here I am.
Right.
So,
Wow.
So professional. I love it.
I'm sitting here at Master Academy, so what do I put in the background so that way I'm at school? And something different from you is I still was hesitant about the outline. So
Oh, yeah.
Were you at Mays before at the Mays Middle School?
no, I was at
Oh.
Campus Center.
Oh yeah. Cause you look familiar. Yeah.
She's confusing you with Gerald.
Yes.
Oh.
Because brothers from another mother, because they
yeah, because they look just alike.
All right.
They're also artistic.
Go ahead, Angela. You're spotlighted.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Angela. Ooh,
Very
nice.
cool.
Nice.
Very
wonderful. I love the hair. Wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's I'm not very good at portraits, but I really like your style.
Thank you.
I really like your style, and I'm going to continue practicing it because it's very, very cool.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I don't want to keep anybody. We only got about a minute left. So
I want to
think...
show mine because
All
I
right.
want your opinion.
Okay.
All right. Who just said that?
Me.
Veronica.
I tried to keep
Veronica.
the hatch. I don't know if you can see it.
Oh.
Ooh, beautiful.
Yes.
Let me spotlight that. Oh, wow. I love the highlights.
Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Very good.
Very nice.
And the fingers. I didn't do hands in this one, but you did the hands really awesome. Awesome.
So that's basically what you do,
Right.
no?
Mm-hmm.
Keep the hatch. Okay.
Right. The hatch shows through, but you have to look super close to see it.
Yeah.
And the background is awesome too. From what I've seen so far, everybody has done an amazing job. I hope you all.
I've learned a lot. Thank you.
Good. I'm glad. And I hope this was worth your while and you had a good day not thinking about you know what.
Yeah.
Thank you. It was
Nadia,
awesome.
thank you so much. This
Thank
was
you
just
so
the
much.
best
Thank you, Nadia.
workshop.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You all have a great rest of the day.
Uh-huh.
You also.
Bye, Nadia.
Thank you.
Nadia, what they said something about markers for your classroom?
Oh, that's right. Contact Alina about that because I know Ocean Bank has a bunch of new markers.
Okay.
A bunch that you're able to go and pick up.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
contact Alina about that portion of it.
Fantastic.
And as usual, you have the evaluation at the end, and you can post up a picture of your completed work there.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you, Nadia.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much,
Have a
Nadia.
great day.
Nice
Welcome.
meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Nice to meet
Hi.
you.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Thank you, Nadia.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you,
Bye.
Nadia.
Welcome.
Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bye. Thank you.
You're welcome. Nice seeing you.
Awesome.
Bye, Nadia.
Bye, Linda. Have a good day.
It was wonderful.
Good,
I'll
good.
show
I'm
you
glad.
because it's only 2 people here.
Oh, it's looking awesome.
I love it.
I got a lot of work I gotta do. This was the original.
I love it.
That was it.
Loving it.
But since I didn't have the markers, I had to do like cross hatching with the color pencils, and that doesn't work so well.
It's not working? Yeah.
No.
Sometimes.
Can I do mine real fast?
Sure, of course. Ooh.
Oh, Maritza.
I love the details in the hair. Wow. Loving it.
Because I'm not an art teacher. I just love art.
Nothing wrong with that. Hey, the more the merrier.
This has been the best class ever. Thank you, Nadia.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Thank you.
You're
Have a good day.
welcome.
Linda. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. Bye.
Bye.